is ZJF2. Oh, was I talking through everything? No, F as in Frank. Two, the number two is SO1. The baby, ZJF2. And then V1. Yes, and it's ZJF, not T. It's ZJF, the same as the first one is the same as that one. Okay. Two, not T. Yep. Okay, that's all right. Thank you.
Would like to welcome everybody to this year's Goat Show 2026 Monroe County Fair. If I could get everybody please rise. Going to have our national anthem. Please remove your caps. We have Miss Aaliyah Butcher. Glad to have her, and she's glad to sing the national anthem for us.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets are recollect, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Aaliyah. We appreciate that. I do believe we're ready for class number one. Class number one, Alpine Junior does, 3 months old and to under 6 months old, non-milking. We have one entry in the class being shown by Savannah Brown. One entry in the class, and the class is complete.
We have a single entry Alpine. I think she's our only junior doe, so she's also our junior champion today. Really nice doe that definitely could have stood up against some more competition. Really level across the top line when she's on the move, really straight and strong on those feet and legs, especially those rear pasterns today. Lots of width between the hocks when she's on the move. A nice doe that we'll see back out when we choose our overall champion dry Alpine. Thank you.
Congratulations, your class winner, Savannah Brown. She will also be your champion junior Alpine doe. Now ready for class number 2. Class number 2, Alpine yearling does, 12 months to under 16 months of age, non-milking. One entry in the class being shown by Madison Maxwell. One entry in the class, and your class is complete.
Another single entry Alpine yearling doe, really dairy type doe. She's really sharp, open, and angular when you get your hands on her. Long bone pattern, nice long lean neck. Another nice doe that we'll see back out when we choose our overall champion Alpine.
Congratulations, your class winner of class number 2 goes to Madison Maxwell. We are now ready for class number 3. Class number 3, Alpine yearling does, 20 months old and under 24 months of age, non-milking. One entry in the class being shown by Cynthia Franklin. One entry in the class, your class is complete. Immediately following this class, we will come back and show for champion and reserve champion yearling Alpine doe.
Another nice single entry Alpine, a doe that's really got a lot of body capacity for her age. I like the depth of body that she's showing us in that heart girth, back into that barrel, into that rear flank. She's still long and level across the top line, just a really nice complete doe. And we'll bring back out that other yearling to choose our yearling champion.
Congratulations, your class winner, Cynthia Franklin. We will now come back with our class 2 winner, Madison Maxwell. Our class 2 winner, Madison Maxwell. And our class 3 winner, Cynthia Franklin, showing for champion and reserve champion yearling Alpine doe.
It's our lineup for champion yearling Alpine. And looking at both of these does are really dairy type does with a lot of general appearance. They're long bodied. They have a long bone pattern. They're level across the top line. They're straight and strong on their feet and legs. I think the difference is there's one doe that just excels in the body capacity factor of the scorecard. She's deeper bodied, showing us more depth in the heart girth back into the barrel and the rear flank. She also has a little bit more stature and a little bit more power compared to the other doe in the lineup. So we're going to use our older doe from our previous class as our champion, and then we'll fall back to the younger doe as reserve.
Congratulations, your champion yearling Alpine doe, Cynthia Franklin. And your reserve champion goes to Madison Maxwell. We are now ready for class number 4. Class number 4, Alpine Senior Does, 36 months old and older, non-milking. We have 2 entries in the class, one being shown by Anna Reinert and one being shown by Aaliyah Butcher. Is a single class of 36 months old and older. So the winner will be your champion and your second place will be your reserve champion. Immediately following this class, we will be showing for champion and reserve champion Alpine doe.
I'm going to leave this class of senior does the way they came in the ring today, starting off with the Chamazé doe that the young lady has in first today. A doe that excels in the area of dairy strength. She's a longer bodied doe, has a longer bone pattern, a little bit longer rump when you get your hands on her. Also excels a little bit in general appearance when you view these 2 does from the rear. She's wider between the hocks, showing us more width up into that escutcheon when on the move. Our second place doe is a really powerful doe. She's got a lot of body capacity and depth of body, and I really like that about her. I just would like to sharpen her up a little bit, give her some more dairy strength, open her up on that rear view to be able to move her up ahead of this 3-year-old doe today.
From class number 3, we will now show for champion senior Alpine doe and reserve champion senior Alpine doe. So from class number 3, we have Cynthia Franklin. From class number 4 in first, Ava Reinert. And standing behind Ava Reinert in second in that class number 4, we have Aaliyah Butcher. Showing for champion and reserve champion senior Alpine doe.
For our senior alpine doe, I think there's one doe out here that's just the most balanced doe in the lineup, and she kind of excels in all areas of the scorecard. She's the longer bodied doe, having the longest bone pattern throughout. She's sharper, more open, and more angular when you get your hands on her. She's also stronger and straighter on those feet and legs today. That's our older doe that's in the center of the ring, and she's going to be our champion today. And then we're going to fall back to our yearling doe in front of her for reserve.
Congratulations, your champion senior alpine doe, Ava Reinert. And your reserve champion senior alpine doe, Cynthia Franklin. We are now ready to show for champion and reserve champion alpine doe, non-milking. From the champion alpine junior doe, we have Savannah Brown. Champion yearling, Cynthia Franklin. Standing behind Cynthia with reserve champion, Madison Maxwell. And champion senior alpine doe, non-milking, Ava Reinert. And standing behind Ava in reserve, Cynthia Franklin.
This is our lineup for overall champion alpine dry doe. Looking at this lineup, I think there's two does that kind of rise to the top and are kind of on my mind for this as we look in the lineup, and that's our youngest doe, our black doe, our kid at the head of the line, and then our older doe at the end of the line. When we get these guys on the move and kind of look at them as they move and as they're standing from front and rear, I think some small differences kind of start to come out for me today. Both of these does have a lot of general appearance. They really catch your eye, and when they come in the ring, they're really level topped when they're on the move, straight and strong on those feet and legs. I do think there's one doe that has a little bit more width between the hocks, more naturally when on the move, more width and arch up into that escutcheon today. Also a little bit more depth, the body that's appropriate for their age and for their stage of development. So for me today, our champions are going to be our younger doe, the black doe at the head of the line, and then our reserve is going to be our oldest doe at the end of the line.
Congratulations, your champion alpine doe, non-milking, Savannah Brown. And your reserve champion Alpine Doe non-milking, Ava Reinert. Should now be ready for class number 5. Class number 5 is a Guernsey yearling does, 12 months old and under 16 months, non-milking. Entry being shown by Ruby Macarat Tap. 1 entry in the class, and your class is complete.
What? We only have one for Guernsey, so it's out of.
All right, we have a single entry Guernsey in our Guernsey division, so she will also be our champion in this division today, and definitely a really nice representation of that breed that definitely could have stood up against some more competition today. Really structurally sound doe, super correct on those feet and legs, standing really strong on those pasterns today. She's really level topped when she's on the move, long bodied, and I really appreciate that about her. Just a nice, really complete doe that we'll see back out later on when we choose our overall grand champion.
Congratulations, your class winner and your champion yearling Guernsey doe goes to Ruby Macarat Tap. I'm now ready for class number 5, or excuse me, class number 6. Nigerian dwarf yearling does, 12 months old to under 16 months of age, non-milking. 1 entry in the class being shown by Kendall Rushing. 1 entry in the class.
A really nice yearling Nigerian dwarf doe, really smoothly blended when she's on the move, smoothly blended from that neck into that shoulder blade. She just kind of glides around the ring as she walks in the ring today. Straight and strong on those feet and legs, lots of width between the hocks. Really nice doe. We'll see her back out when we choose overall Nigerian.
Instead of lining them up like this close to the fence, can you be like interchanging off? I just can't get them rolled. Yeah, just wait if they hit the young line like at the edge of this. Yeah. Now, if you get a lot more like when you do a driver, that's fine. Do whatever you
Congratulations to Kendall Rushing, your champion yearling Nigerian dwarf doe. Class number 7 was a retype. That animal's already been shown in class number 6. We are ready for class number 8. Class number 8. Nubian yearling does, 12 months to under 16 months of age, non-milking. We have 1 entry in the class being shown by Madison Maxwell. 1 entry in the class. Your class is complete.
A nice single entry Nubian doe that shows us a lot of dairy strength today. She's really sharp in the withers, open in that rib spacing when you get your hands on her, showing us lots of angulation in that rear leg set, like the depth of heart girth that she's showing us today as well. A really nice doe, definitely deserving of a win in this class.
Congratulations, your class winner of class number 8, Madison Maxwell. We're now ready for class number 9. Class number 9. One entry in the class. That entry is being shown by Jamison Roeder. One entry in the class, class number 9, and your class is complete. We are once again doing adult showmanship. If you are interested in paying somebody into adult showmanship, Jamie, would you raise your hand down here? There's Jamie with the red bucket. If you're interested in paying somebody into adult showmanship, see Jamie, give her the $5. She'll write you down. I will tell you that if you pay somebody in, they have the right to pay themselves out, and you would have to rebuy them in.
A really nice single entry Nubian. Again, a doe that definitely could have stood up against some more competition today. A doe with a lot of body capacity, and I really like that about her. Super deep bodied, especially in that barrel back into that rear flank, but she still has that dairy strength, that long lean neck, that levelness across the top line today that kind of makes her just a really complete doe.
Congratulations, class number 9 winner, Jamison Roeder. We now should be ready to show for champion yearling Nubian doe, champion and reserve champion yearling Nubian doe, non-milking. We should have from class number 8, we should have Madison Maxwell with her class winner. From class number 9, Jamison Roeder. Showing for champion and reserve champion yearling Nubian doe, non-milking.
Looking at our lineup for champion yearling Nubian doe, I think there's one doe that just kind of comes to the top pretty easy for me. She kind of just puts all of the parts of that scorecard together the best for me today. She has the general appearance that we're looking for, just the overall soundness and strength on those feet and legs. She has the body capacity, the depth and that heart girth back into that barrel and flank, and she still has that dairy strength, the long lean neck, long bone pattern, and sharpness and angularity. And that's our older doe that the young man has. He's going to be your champion, and then the young lady will be reserve.
Jamison got champion.
Congratulations, your champion senior Nubian doe, champion yearling Nubian doe, Jamison Roeder. And reserve champion, congratulations, goes out to Madison Maxwell. Should now be ready to show. Our Nubian senior doe, 24 months to under 36 months, non-milking. one entry in the class, being shown by Adeline Franklin. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn.
A nice single entry senior Nubian doe, a really powerful doe. She's got a lot of width overall throughout, super strong on those feet and legs. I really like when a senior doe is still strong on those feet and legs and up on those rear pasterns, and she definitely has that today. Just a really nice representation of a senior Nubian.
Congratulations, your class winner and your champion senior Nubian doe goes to Adeline Franklin. Should be now ready to show for champion and reserve champion Nubian doe, non-milking. Our champion Nubian doe champion yearling Nubian doe. Our champion was Jamison Roeder. Standing behind Jamison, our reserve, Madison Maxwell. And our champion senior Nubian doe, Adeline Franklin. Showing for champion Nubian and reserve champion Nubian doe.
Looking at our two does in the lineup for our champion Nubian doe, these are two really powerful does that are showing us a lot of body capacity, which is typical of that Nubian breed. I think the real difference is there's one doe that still has that dairy strength that we're looking for in a dairy doe. She's sharper, she's more open, she's angular. She has that longer, leaner neck that blends a little bit more smoothly into that shoulder blade today. And that's our younger doe that the young man has, the yearling. He's going to be our champion today. And then we're going to fall back to our senior doe for reserve.
Your champion is Jamison Roeder. And your reserve champion, Adeline Franklin. Congratulations. Should now be ready for class number 11. Class number 11. Recorded grade junior does, 3 months old to under 6 months of age, non-milking, one entry in the class, being shown by Evelyn Moore, one entry in the class. What's that?
Garrett Hart is also in this class. Yep, Garrett Hart, class 11.
We also have a second entry. I apologize. Garrett Hart is our second entry in this class.
I'm going to lead this class of recorded grades the way they came in the ring today, starting off with the young ladies doe. A doe that just excels in body capacity today. She's a deeper body doe. She has more depth in that heart girth, back into that barrel, into that flank. Also maybe a slightly longer bone pattern, maybe just a touch more level from hips to pins today. When naturally standing compared to our doe in second. Our second place doe is a really dairy type doe. She's sharp, she's open, she's long bodied. Again, just would like to deepen her up a little bit to be able to move her up ahead of that first place doe.
Congratulations, your class winner and your champion junior recorded grade doe, Evelyn Moore. And second in class and reserve champion junior recorded doe, Garrett Hart. We're now ready for class number 12. Class number 12, recorded grade yearling does, 12 months old to under 16 years or 16 months of age, non-milking. Class number 12, one entry in the class being shown by Savannah Brown.
A really nice yearling doe, a Nubian Alpine cross that we have out here today, showing us a lot of depth of body, which is something I really like to see in a junior doe, showing us that she's going to have that maternal characteristics as she moves into that milking stage next year. She's really straight and strong on those feet and legs, showing us a lot of sharpness, openness, angularity, just a really nice complete doe. We'll see her back out when we choose our overall recorded grade champion.
Congratulations, your class number 12 winner, Savannah Brown. Now ready for recorded doe, yearling doe, 16 months to under 18 months, non-milking, class 13, 2 entries in the class, being shown by Wesley Fansler and Brooks Tragesser. 2 entries in the class, class 13. This is a single class of yearlings, so it will also be your champion and your reserve champion yearling recorded doe. I would like to let everybody know too that because of the heat, they have supplied us with water. There's a trough back here behind the makeup arena. All you kids, make sure you stay hydrated today.
Close placing between these two senior does today. I am going to leave them the way they came in the ring today, starting off with this black and white doe. A doe that has the advantage in feet and legs today. I think she's a little bit stronger and straighter on those feet and legs, particularly those rear pasterns today. Also just a touch more sharp, more open in that rib spacing when you get your hands on her compared to our Nigerian type doe we have in second place today. Not to take anything away from this doe. This is a really smoothly blended doe. She's long, she's level across the top. Again, just would like to give her a little bit more strength in those feet and legs, sharpen her, give her some more dairy strength to be able to move her up in the class.
Congratulations. Your class winner and champion yearling recorded grade doe goes to Wesley Fansler. And your reserve champion yearling recorded grade doe, Brooks Tregeser. We're now ready for class number 14. Class number 14, recorded grade senior does, 36 months old and older, non-milking. We have 2 entries in the class, being shown by Amelia Tregeser and Eliza Tregeser.
This is our lineup for our champion yearling. Looking at these 2 does, I think there's one doe that comes to the top pretty easy for me. Just an overall width of body. She's just got a tremendous amount of width in that rear between those hocks up into that escutcheon today. And that's going to be our doe from our first class, the single entry. She's going to be champion. And then we're going to fall back to the black and white doe for reserve.
My apologies. I read that wrong. I was overlooking myself. So we were showing for champion yearling recorded doe. Our champion is Savannah Brown. And our reserve champion goes to Wesley Fansler. I apologize for making that mistake. Thank you. We're now ready for class number 14. Class 14, 2 entries in the class, being shown by Amelia Tregeser and Eliza Tregeser. 2 entries in the class. This is the only class of recorded grade senior does, so it will be your champion and reserve as well.
In this class of senior recorded grade does, we're going to start off with the black and white doe at the head of the line today. Just excels in general appearance. She's more level across the top line, especially from hips to pins today. She's straighter and stronger on those feet and legs, particularly those rear pasterns. Also showing us more width between the hocks up into that escutcheon today. Not to take anything away from the second place doe. Another doe that has a lot of dairy strength, really long bone pattern today. Again, I would just like to strengthen her rear end a little bit. Those rear pasterns give her some more width between the hocks to be able to move her up ahead of the black and white doe.
Congratulations, your class winner and your champion senior recorded grade doe, Eliza Tregeser. Second in class, and your reserve champion senior recorded doe, Amelia Tregeser. We are now ready to show for champion recorded grade doe, non-milking, and reserve champion recorded grade doe, non-milking. Our champion junior recorded grade doe, we have Evelyn Moore. Standing behind her in reserve champion, we have Garrett Hart. Recorded grade yearling champion grade doe, we have Savannah Brown. Standing behind Savannah in reserve champion, we have Wesley Fansler. And our champion senior recorded doe, we have Eliza Tregeser. And reserve champion senior recorded grade doe, Amelia Tregeser.
This is our lineup for our champion dry recorded grade doe. Looking up and down the lineup, I think there's one doe for champion that just comes to the top pretty easy for me. She just really puts all of the parts of that dry dairy scorecard together the best for me today. She has the overall general appearance. She really catches your eye when she comes in the ring. Super straight and strong on those feet and legs. Has the dairy strength, sharp, open, angular. Still has the body capacity that we're looking for as well. A super wide base, lots of depth of body throughout. That's going to be that yearling doe in the center of the line, and she'll be champion today. It's a little bit closer for me when I go to choose our reserve today. I think there's a couple does that kind of have their own strengths and weaknesses. And when you start to evaluate those and look at that scorecard, I do think the doe that is our contender for reserve most closely follows our champion, another doe that has the general appearance, has the body capacity, the strength in those feet and legs. And when you compare to the other animals in the lineup, has the overall width throughout. That's going to be our reserve yearling doe. He's going to be our reserve today.
Congratulations, your champion recorded grade doe goes to Savannah Brown. And your reserve champion recorded grade doe, Wesley Fansler. Should now be ready for class number 15, class 15, Sable Junior does, 3 months old to under 6 months old, non-milking. Class 15, 2 entries in the class, Ruby Macarat Tap and Cynthia Franklin. It's a single class of junior Sable Junior does, so this will also be your champion, your reserve champion, Junior Sable Doe.
We're going to leave these two Sable does the way they came in the ring today, starting off with the darker Sungao type doe. A doe that's just a really long body doe. She has an extremely long bone pattern, showing us lots of dairy strength, lots of strength in those feet and legs, strength on those rear pasterns, and width overall throughout. Not to take anything away from our second place doe, she also has a long bone pattern, just maybe not quite as straight and strong across the top line as we see in that first place doe, not the strength on those feet and legs, especially those rear pasterns, to be able to move her up ahead of her today. But this will be your champion and reserve champion Sable doe.
Congratulations, your class 15 winner and your champion junior Sable Doe goes to Ruby Macarat Tap. And your second class and your reserve champion junior Sable Doe, Cynthia Franklin. We now have in the arena class number 16, class 16, 1 entry in the class, and it is a single class of the Sable yearlings. So it will also be your champion yearling Sable. That entry is being shown by Ruby Macarat Tap.
A single entry Sable yearling doe today, and definitely another doe that could have stood up against some more competition. Lots of general appearance, lots of strength in those feet and legs, really level topped, and she stays level when she's on the move, especially from hips to pins today, and I really appreciate that about her. Also has the body capacity and overall depth of body that we're looking for in a yearling doe. Definitely a nice doe, and we'll bring her back out later when we choose our overall champion, Sable.
Congratulations, your class winner of class number 16, and also your champion yearling sable doe goes to Ruby Macarat Tap. We will now return for our champion and reserve champion sable doe from class number 15, champion junior sable doe, Ruby Macarat Tap. Behind Ruby and reserve champion junior sable doe, Cynthia Franklin. And our champion yearling sable doe, Ruby Macarat Tap. Showing for champion sable doe.
Looking at our lineup for champion sable doe, I think there's two does out here that are really similar in their type and kind that kind of come to my mind when I go to choose my champion today. They're two does that have an extremely long bone pattern. They're very level across the top. They have the strength in the feet and legs today. They have that length and extension up into that neck. And I think the thing that sets them apart is they blend more smoothly from that neck into that shoulder blade for me today. So I'm going to use our two does from our junior division. This darker doe to closer to me will be champion, and then the reserve behind her will be reserve.
Congratulations, your champion goes to Ruby Macarat Tap, and your reserve champion to Cynthia Franklin. We are now entering with our experimental junior does, 0 months to under 3 months. We have one entry in the class being shown by Bristol Condor.
A really nice experimental junior doe that we have out here today. She's really smoothly blending on that side profile, and I really like that and appreciate that about her. She's long-bodied, really level-topped, lots of width between the hocks, lots of angulation, that rear leg set. Just a really nice complete doe that you really like to look at on the side profile. We'll see her back out later to choose champion.
Congratulations, your class winner of class number 17. And also your champion junior experimental doe, non-milking, Bristol Condor. Now ready for class number 18, class 18, experimental yearling does, 12 months old, under 16 months of age. One entry in the class being shown by Savannah Brown.
We have a really nice La Mancha Sanin type experimental doe out here today that's showing us a tremendous amount of dairy strength. She's really sharp in those withers, open in that rib spacing, showing us lots of angulation on that side profile and that rear leg set, while still having the body capacity that we're looking for in a yearling doe, the general appearance, the strength of the feet and legs. Definitely a really nice doe that can stand up against some more competition.
Congratulations, your class winner and your champion yearling experimental doe goes to Savannah Brown. We are now ready to show for champion and reserve champion experimental doe, non-milking. From class number 17, our champion junior experimental doe, we have Bristol Condor. From class number 18, our champion yearling experimental doe, Savannah Brown, showing for champion and reserve champion experimental doe.
For our champion experimental doe, I think there's one doe that just kind of rises to the top pretty easily for me today. She just really puts together all of the parts of that scorecard the best for me today, with the body capacity, the general appearance, the dairy strength. We just talked about her in her class, and that's going to be the yearling doe that we just saw. She's going to be our champion today. Not to take anything away from this younger doe. I think this yearling doe just really kind of outpowers her today, but a really nice younger doe as well, and she'll be reserve.
Congratulations, your champion experimental doe goes to Savannah Brown. And your reserve champion goes to Bristol Condor. We are now ready for Alpine Senior Does, class number 19. Class number 19. This will start our milking does. Class number 19. One entry in the class being shown by Savannah Brown.
We have a nice single entry Alpine 2-year-old milking doe today. A doe that really has a lot of general appearance as she comes into the ring. She's really long bodied, straight and strong across that top line, showing us lots of correctness in those feet and legs today. She has the dairy strength we're looking for. She's sharp, she's open, she's angular. When we look at that mammary system, it is a first freshening mammary system, so we don't see a ton of capacity, but the structure is definitely there. Really like the smoothness of that foreudder attachment. She's got really correct teat placement, a really nice balance and symmetry throughout, a really nice complete Alpine doe. We'll see her back out later when we choose our overall grand champion.
Congratulations. Your class winner and your champion senior Alpine doe goes to Savannah Brown. Savannah will also be your champion alpine doe milking. We now have in class number 20, La Mancha Senior Does, 36 months old and older, milking does, 1 entry in the class, being shown by Savannah Brown.
We have a nice single entry in our La Mancha division, another doe that's showing us a lot of general appearance, long-bodied, really level across the top line. I really like the body capacity on this doe as well. She's deep in that heart girth. She carries that depth back into that barrel and that flank today. Really has a structurally sound mammary system, lots of balance and symmetry to those two udder halves, really correct teat placement, smoothness of attachments throughout. Really nice representation of La Mancha breed, and we'll see her back later when we choose overall champion.
Congratulations, your class winner and also your champion La Mancha doe milking goes to Savannah Brown. Should now be ready for class number 21. Class 21. Nubian Senior Does, 24 months old to under 36 months of age, milking. Should have 2 entries in the class. We have an entry by Anna Benson and an entry by Evelyn Moore. 2 entries in the class, and your class is complete.
Close placement between these two Nubian does. I'm going to leave them the way they came in the ring today. Starting off with the doe that I think has the advantage in general appearance. She's strainer and stronger across that top line, particularly from hips to pins today compared to our second place doe. She also has a touch more depth of body, a depth in that heart girth back into that barrel and that rear flank today. Our second place doe does have a slight advantage in mammary system, having more balance and symmetry to those udder halves. But our first place doe does have a little bit more smoothness to that fore udder attachment today. So like I said, it is a close place in between between the two. But I do feel like our first place doe just has that general appearance factor today that's going to put her in that spot.
Congratulations, your class winner, Anna Benson. And your second place animal in that class goes to Evelyn Moore. Should now be ready for class number 22. Class 22. We'll have two entries in the class, class 22. Both entries being shown by Anna Benson. And your class is complete.
I'm going to leave these class of aged does the way they came in the ring today. Starting off with our older doe, our 8-year-old doe at the head of the line. Definitely maybe doesn't have the capacity to that mammary system, the overall fullness and balance to that mammary system that we see in the second place doe, but all the other areas of the scorecard, she just really excels the second place doe. She has the general appearance. She's straight and strong on those feet and legs, still holding up on those rear pasterns today. And for being an 8-year-old, that's definitely impressive and definitely something we want to commend her for. She has the dairy strength. She's sharp. She's open. She's angular. She blends really smoothly from that neck into that shoulder blade today. And she has the depth of body that we're looking for, the depth in that heart girth, depth in that barrel, back into that rear flank today. Just the most complete doe in the class for me. Our second place doe definitely has that mammary system factor. She has the capacity. She has the height and width up into that rear udder today. I just would like to give her a little bit more on all those other areas of the scorecard: general appearance, body capacity, dairy strength, to be able to move her up ahead of that older doe.
Congratulations, your class winner of class 22 goes to Anna Benson. And second in the class, Anna Benson. Because we only had senior milking does in the Nubians, we will now move on to our champion Nubian doe milking and our reserve champion Nubian doe milking. From class 21, we have an entry by Anna Benson. Second in that class 21, we have Evelyn Moore. From class 22 in first, we have an entry by Anna Benson. And second class 22, an entry by Anna Benson, showing for champion Nubian doe milking.
Start lineup for our champion, Milky Nubian doe. And there's a doe out here that I talked about in her class. Maybe doesn't have the most impressive, the biggest, the most capacious mammary system out here today, but she definitely really puts together all the other parts of that scorecard really nicely. She has the general appearance. She really catches your eye when she comes in the ring. She's long-bodied, super flat-topped, especially from hips to pins when you compare her to some of the other animals in the lineup today. Really straight and strong on those feet and legs, has the body capacity, the dairy strength, just kind of really puts it all together for me. That's our older doe, and she'll be your champion Nubian today. Then for reserve, we're going to use a doe that I feel most closely follows our champion today. Another doe that has that general appearance factor, has the body capacity we're looking for, just the smoothness of blending throughout. That's going to be our younger doe from our first class, and she'll be reserve.
Congratulations, your champion senior Nubian doe and champion Nubian doe goes to Anna Benson, as well as your reserve champion Nubian doe, also Anna Benson. We should now be ready for class 23. Class 23, recorded grade senior does, 24 months old to under 36 months old, 36 months of age, milking does. I should have 2 entries in the class. Our entries are Evelyn Moore and Jameson Roeder. Recorded grade senior does, 24 months old to under 36 months of age, milking.
We're going to leave this class of recorded grade does the way they came in the ring today, starting off with the Nubian type doe at the head of the line. A doe that excels in general appearance today. She's straighter and stronger on those feet and legs, particularly that rear leg set compared to our second place doe, showing us more width between the hocks, more arch and openness up into that escutcheon today. Mammary system wise, both of these does have decent mammary systems for being 2-year-old first fresheners. I think our first place doe has a little bit more smoothness of attachment up into that foreudder, more strength in that foreudder attachment today compared to our second place doe. Our second place doe, I like the depth of body she's showing us today. Again, I like the overall width and height up into that mammary system. I would like to smooth that foreudder attachment, make it a little bit stronger, give her some more strength on those rear legs today to be able to move her up in this class.
Imagine. I know you never What's up?
Congratulations, your class winner, Evelyn Moore. And second in class to Jameson Roeder. We're now ready for recorded grade senior does, 36 months old and older, milking. Class 24 will have a single entry in the class. That entry is being shown by Savannah Brown.
So you may make that announcement in the bar. we're gonna pick our overall dairy dough. Grand champion overall dairy dough and reserve grand champion overall dairy dough before we do any specialty classes.
A nice single entry recorded grade age doe that definitely could have stood up against some more competition today. Just a really powerful doe, just a tremendous amount of width throughout. Really like the depth of the body she's showing us as well. Mammary system wise, really structurally sound mammary system, lots of balance, capacity, height, and width up into that rear udder today. A nice doe that we'll see back out when we choose our champion recorded grade.
Congratulations, your class winner of class number 24, Savannah Brown. We now should be ready to show for champion senior recorded doe. Because we only had recorded senior does, this will be your champion recorded doe milking and your reserve champion recorded doe milking. From class 23, we have Evelyn Moore in first. We have Jamison Roeder in second. And from that class number 24, we have Savannah Brown showing for champion recorded grade doe milking.
Looking at our lineup for our champion recorded grade doe, I think there's one doe that just kind of rises to the top pretty easy for me today. She's a really powerful doe, productive doe in terms of that mammary system, but she still has that dairy strength that we're looking for in a dairy doe. She's sharp, she's open, she's angular when you get your hands on her. That's our older doe from our age class. She's going to be your champion, and then we'll fall back to this Nubian type doe for reserve.
Congratulations, your champion recorded grade doe milking goes to Savannah Brown. And your reserve champion recorded doe milking goes to Evelyn Moore. We should now be ready for class number 25. Class 25. Shannon senior does, 36 months old and older, milking. One entry in the class being shown by Savannah Brown. This will also be your champion Shannon doe milking.
Really nice single entry sauna doe that definitely could have stood up against some more competition today. Just extremely dairy type doe. Really sharp, open, angular, long, lean neck that blends really smoothly into that shoulder blade today. She kind of glides around the ring as she walks in the ring today, and then still has that mammary system that we're looking for. It's structurally sound. It's got a lot of capacity, a lot of height, width up into that rear udder. Correct teat placement today. Just a really nice complete doe to represent the Sonnet breed.
Congratulations, your class winner of the Shannon Does goes to Savannah Brown. She will also be your champion. We should now be ready for our Sable Senior Does, 36 months old and older, milking. Class 26, class 26. One entry in the class being shown by Cynthia Franklin. This will also be your champion, Sable Doe.
We have a single entry sable doe out here today. I'm a doe that I really like her general appearance. She's long, she's level across the top line when she's on the move, really straight and strong on those forelegs, a really long, lean neck that blends smoothly into that shoulder blade. Definitely a nice representation of the sable breed, and we'll see her back out later when we choose our overall grand champion.
Congratulations. Your class winner of the Sable Senior Does 36 months old and older, and your champion Sable Doe goes to Cynthia Franklin.
Have a nice single entry, first freshening Toggenburg out here today. A doe that I really like the mammary system structure. Again, she's a first freshener, so she doesn't have a ton of capacity yet, but the structure is definitely there. Lots of height and width up into that escutcheon, lots of capacity throughout, smoothness of attachments, strength of attachments, correct teat placement, just really nice balanced mammary system. And the doe itself has really lots of general appearance. She's straight and strong on those feet and legs. Really nice doe that we'll see back out to choose our champion.
Your class 27 winner went to Bristol Condor. She also will be your champion yearly Toggenburg Doe milking. Now in the arena, class 28, senior Toggenburg Doe, 36 months old and older, milking. One entry in the class being shown by Bristol Condor.
Another nice, really balanced Toggenburg doe. Really like the mammary system on this doe. She has a lot of capacity, lots of strength in those udder attachments today. She also has a lot of general appearance. She's straight and strong on those feet and legs, especially those rear pasterns, which is something that we're definitely looking for as we get into these older age does today. A nice representation for Toggenburg, and we'll see her back out to choose our champion.
Congratulations, class 27 winner goes to Bristol Condor. Class 29 is all it was.
28 on. Bristol only had one goat. Lost her out the other two places. They didn't tell us.
So, Bristol,
Jameson.
Jameson.
Showed that first goat, which is one for Bristol and one for Jameson. That's it.
Jameson won.
Yes. On the senior, she won.
I apologize. There was no class 28. That was a scratch. Class 29, your class winner was Jameson Roeder because the other one was a scratch. So we're now ready to show for champion Toggenburg Doe milking and reserve champion. From class number 27, we have Bristol Condor with his champion yearling. And from class 29, we have Jameson Roeder with his champion senior.
Looking at our two does in our lineup for our champion, a milking Toggenburg doe, I think there's one doe that just has the advantage in general appearance today. She's straighter and stronger across the top line, particularly in the chine area and from hips to pins. She's straighter and stronger on those feet and legs, particularly those rear pasterns, and she blends more smoothly from that neck into that shoulder blade today. That's going to be our younger doe that the young lady has. She'll be your champion, and then we'll fall back to the young man for reserve.
Where'd he go? Where'd she go? Congratulations, your champion, Toggenburg doe milking, goes to Bristol Condor. And your reserve champion goes to Jameson Roeder. We're going to skip past 31-32 right now, and we'll come back to that. At this time, we're rounding up all of our champions. We will be showing for our champion and reserve champion overall dairy doe.
And then we'll fill reserves from there so we don't have 30 goats in the ring.
You're only doing two?
Yep, this is overall doe, champion to reserve.
No, 3, 4, 5.
Nope.
While we're gathering up all of our animals, I've overlooked a couple of things. I do want to welcome you, Hannah. Hannah Knight is from Whiteland, Indiana. She was a 10-year 4-H member in Johnson County where she showed dairy goats, boar goats, pygmy goats, sheep, and cattle. She maintains a herd of alpine and boar goats that she shows across the Midwest under the herd name M&G Farm. Hannah is a graduate of Purdue University majoring in animal, bioscience, and agriculture education. She obtained her Master's of Science in Agriculture from Murray State University. Hannah is an agriculture science teacher and FFA advisor at Whiteland Community High School, where the FFA chapter has been recognized as a state of Indiana Big Ten chapter and national three-star chapter. Let's put our hands together right now for Hannah. Thank you, Hannah, for spending your morning with us. I also have overlooked our Queens Court. We have our Monroe County first runner-up, Miss Sarah Carnegie. Our second runner-up, Josie Jones. And our Princess second runner-up, Tessa Wimmer. These girls done a tremendous job for us this week. Girls, continue it. We appreciate you greatly.
All right, let's give a big round of applause to all of our Dairy Goat exhibitors. We have a really nice lineup out here today. It's been a couple of years since I've judged here in Monroe County, and I know the last time I was here, there were definitely not this many dairy goats. So I definitely want to commend you guys on growing your dairy goat program. We have a lot of breeds represented. You know, a lot of times when you go to county fairs, they don't have near the amount of breeds represented as you guys do here today. So I definitely want to commend you for that as well. And the quality of all those breeds was really, really nice. So great job to your leaders, your program leaders, whoever that helped grow that project into what it is today. Looking up and down the lineup for your overall Grand Champion Dairy Goat doe, I think there's a lot of contenders out here today. We have a lot of does that have that general appearance factor, and that's why they're out here in the lineup today. They catch your eye when they come into the ring. They're structurally sound. They have the strength on the feet and legs. They're dairy type does. They're sharp, open, and angular. But when you look at that Dairy Goat scorecard, a big factor of it, almost a fourth of all of the points, come from that mammary system. So unfortunately today, these milking does are kind of coming to the top in the lineup when we look at that scorecard, comparing them to these junior dry does. So looking at these milking does, I think there's a couple that kind of catch my eye as they go around the ring today. The La Mancha doe, the recorded grade doe, the Saanen doe, the Toggenburg, and the Alpine here at the end. Looking at those does, they all have their strength, they all have their weaknesses today, but there is one doe that just really has the advantage in mammary system today. She has the most capacity in that mammary system, the most height and width up into that rear udder attachment, the strength of those attachments, smoothness of attachments in those fore udder, the correct teat placement we're looking for today, and she still has all the other factors on that scorecard that we're looking for: the general appearance, the dairy strength, the body capacity. When you just put all those together, she's just a really complete, really elegant doe. That's going to be that Saanen doe that the young lady has. She'll be your grand champion today. I'll have a reserve Saanen, so we're going to look at the remaining does in the lineup for our overall reserve today. I think there's another doe out here that just really closely follows our champion in terms of that structural soundness, that dairy strength, that body capacity that we're looking for. Maybe doesn't have quite the mammary system that we saw on that Saanen doe, the overall capacity, but the structure is definitely there. And I think with future freshening, she's definitely going to gain that. That's going to be the Alpine doe at the end of the line, and she'll be reserved today.
Congratulations, your champion overall dairy doe goes to Savannah Brown with her Saanen. And a reserve champion overall dairy doe, Savannah Brown with her Alpine. Put our hands together for all these exhibitors this morning. We're now ready for class number 30. Class 30, it'll be home farm born dairy. We'll show a champion and a reserve champion. Class 30, home farm born dairy, as well as followed by class 31, own herd born dairy. We'll show for a champion and reserve. It'll take us just a couple minutes for these kids to get all their animals rounded up and in here.
project this year. They had a lot so far this year.
We're now ready for class number 30. Class number 30, home farm born. Class 30, home farm born. Farm born doe. Home farm born doe. I apologize. I'm good. How are you, man?
You've grown up, buddy.
Own herd born is next. Own herd born next. Own herd born.
I know he's small.
This is our lineup for champion and reserve home farm born doe. Looking up and down this lineup, we talked about all of these does in their individual classes and in their breed divisions today. I think there's one doe that just really puts together and is the most complete doe in the lineup. She has an extreme amount of width of body throughout, especially up in those rear pasterns, back between those hocks, up into that escutcheon today. She stands really straight and strong on those feet and legs, really long-bodied, level-topped. That's this recorded grade yearling doe that the young lady has, and she's going to be your champion today. And then for reserve, we're going to use a doe that I feel most closely follows our champion, another doe that's long-bodied, really level top, straight and strong on those feet and legs. That's the Nubian doe at the front of the line, and she's going to be reserve.
Yes. Congratulations, your home farm born doe. Your champion is Savannah Brown. And your reserve champion is Evelyn Moore. We should now be ready for Own Herd Born Dairy. Own Herd Born Dairy.
Hey, we have a single entry in our own herd born dairy division. Doe that's definitely deserving of champion in this division. We talked about in her class how she's just really smoothly blended throughout. She blends smoothly from the neck into that shoulder blade. She's long-bodied, level-topped when on the move, has the general appearance, has the overall structure and soundness on those feet and legs. Definitely a nice doe deserving of a champion today.
Congratulations. Own Herd Born champion goes to Anna Benson. Should now be ready for dairy mother-daughter. Dairy mother-daughter. Dairy mother-daughter, we have 6 entries in the class. Those entries are being shown by Bristol Conder, Savannah Brown, Anna Benson, Evelyn Moore, another entry by Savannah Brown, and Anna Benson. And an entry by Cynthia Franklin. I apologize, Cynthia. Okay, I got you. I have 5 entries in the class. 5 entries in the class. The class is complete. 4-H'ers, 4-H'ers. It's warming up. Make sure you drink on that water that's in that trough. You've got to stay hydrated today. You can't not get dehydrated in this heat. You're working hard with your animals, so make sure you drink plenty of water.
It's our mother-daughter class, and in mother-daughter, what we're looking for is consistency of those positive traits that our mother has, while also changing anything in our offspring that we wanted to change in our dam from our daughter. And I think we definitely see that in our first place Nubian pair. We talked about in the mother's class that we had a doe that we really wanted to strengthen up that top line. We liked how sharp and angular she is, but she really kind of wanted to dip in that chine. She was a little sharp from the hips to pins today, and I think we definitely leveled that up in our daughter. Our daughter's a little bit more smoothly blended throughout and level her across that top line today, and for that reason they're going to win the class. Not to take anything away from these 2 La Mancha does that come in next. Really nice does, lots of consistency from mother to daughter. We're just not seeing a lot of drastic change in anything that we might want to change from mother to daughter, but these are 2 does that are really structurally sound, long-bodied, level-topped, and really straight and strong on those feet and legs. Kind of the same thing with these Toggenburg type does that come in next. These are 2 does that I really like the smoothness and blending that they're showing us on that side profile today. They're level-topped, they're strong on the feet and legs. Again, we're just not seeing any drastic change that we might want to change from our dam to our daughter to be able to move them up in the class. The Nubia does that comes in next are really powerful does. If I could change something about them, I want to make them a little bit more sharper, a little bit more dairy, like these top 3 pairs to be able to move them up. But again, nice pair of does as well. And our 2 does that are rounding out the class are sable type does, or are those dairy type does that we might want to give a little bit more body capacity and power to. But really nice sets of dairy dam and daughters top to bottom. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, your champion mother-daughter goes to Evelyn Moore. And your reserve champion goes to Savannah Brown. We're now ready for Dairy Produce of Dam. Dairy Produce of Dam.
So Dairy Produce of Dam class, and Produce of Dam, we're looking forward to looking at 2 of the daughters of that dam, looking for consistency between those daughters, consistency of those positive traits. I think we definitely see that in this pair right here. When we talk about mother-daughter, we wanted to strengthen that top line on our dam, and I think we definitely see that with these daughters. They're both smoothly blended, super low across the top. We see strength in those feet and legs today, strength and depth of body. Really nice set, and definitely deserving of champion Produce of Dam.
Congratulations, your champion producer man, Evelyn Moore. There's no mother needs two babies behind her. Congratulations, Evelyn. Should now be ready for class 34, class 33. Class 33 be a single entry by Alexandria Hall. Her lightweight weather weighs 25 pounds. Alexandria Hall.
Have a nice single entry in our lightweight dairy weather division. A weather that you really like his structural soundness. You like the look that he gives you on the side profile. And then when you get your hands on him, he is wide base. He's got that width across the top of the loin, back into that hip and that rear leg. He's got the natural muscling that we're looking for at this stage in development. A nice weather that we'll see back out when we choose our grand champion.
Congratulations, your class winner and also your champion lightweight dairy weather, Alexandria Hall. Now ready to enter with class 34. Class 34 should have 6 entries in the class. 6 entries in the class. Class 34. Those entries are being shown by Adeline Franklin, Evelyn Moore, Joanna Curl, Jameson Roeder, Joanna Fansler, and Savannah Brown. 6 entries in the class, ranging from 60 to 69 pounds. And your class is complete.
Okay, close place in between these two dairy weathers today. These are both really long-bodied individuals. Our second place weather might be a little bit longer loin than our first place weather today, but when you get your hands on him, this black weather is just really wide across the top of that loin. He's got more muscle expression across the top of that loin, a little bit more muscling up into that brisket and up into that neck today compared to our second place weather. Our second place weather, again, is one you really like on the side profile. He really catches your attention when you get when he starts walking in the ring, but when you get your hands on him, he's just not quite as impressive across that skeleton today to be able to move him up ahead of that black weather. Our third place Nubian weather that comes in next is one that's just really narrow in that chest floor compared to these. That loin today, I just would like to widen him up at the skeleton and at the base to be able to move him up in this class. And these three weathers that kind of round out the class today are weathers that I think just need a little bit more time to grow and mature, a little bit more time on feed. They've got the skeleton there, they've got the structure. They just need a little bit more time to develop to be able to catch up with the muscle expression that we see in those top three.
Congratulations, your class winner and your champion medium weight dairy weather goes to Savannah Brown. Second in the class and reserve champion medium weight dairy weather, Joanna Fansler. Third in the class, Evelyn Moore. Fourth in the class, Johanna Curl. Fifth in the class, Jameson Roeder. And sixth in the class to Adeline Franklin. Now ready for class 35. Class 35, heavyweight dairy weathers. We have two entries in the class, one being shown by Colby Brown, one by Anna Benson. These two goats weigh 80 and 84 pounds. It's a single class of heavyweight, so this will also be your champion and reserve champion heavyweight dairy weather.
It's our class of heavyweight dairy weathers. Starting off with the Nubian type weather, just definitely the widest based animal when you get your hands on him. He's wider in that chest floor, wider across the top of that loin, back into that hip and rear leg area today. He's also got the most natural muscling up into that brisket, across the loin, across the hip, back into the rear leg today compared to our second place weather. Our second place weather is one that I like the overall length of body he's showing us today. I just would like to widen him up at the base to be able to compete with that Nubian ahead of him.
Congratulations, your class winner and your champion heavyweight, Anna Benson. Second in the class and your reserve champion heavyweight goes to Colby Brown. We should now be ready to show for overall champion dairy weather. From class 33, our champion lightweight dairy weather is Alexandria Hall. From class 34, our champion medium weight dairy weather, Savannah Brown. And reserve champion from class 34, Joanna Fansler. And heavyweight dairy weather from class 35, champion heavyweight is Anna Benson. And from class 35, reserve champion heavyweight, Colby Brown. Now showing for overall champion dairy weather and overall reserve champion dairy weather 2026.
It's our lineup for Grand Champion Dairy Weather. Let's give these Dairy Weather exhibitors a round of applause. They've brought a really nice lineup out here today. Looking up and down this lineup, I think there's two animals that just kind of come to the top for me today in terms of overall width, in terms of overall mass and power, and that's these two black Nubian does from our middleweight and our heavyweight class. Really close between the two. When you get your hands on them, I do think there's one animal that just has a little bit more advantage across the top of that loin, the depth of muscling in that loin, the depth of muscling that we see back into that hip and that rear leg. A little bit wider chested, and that's going to be our heavyweight weather that the young lady has, and she'll be grand champion. And then we're going to go back to our middleweight for reserve.
Congratulations. Your champion, Dairy Weather, goes to Anna Benson. And your reserve champion goes to Savannah Brown. We are now going to do, it was left out of the program, we're now going to do home farm born weather. Home farm born weather will be our next class. Then we will have own herd weather. Oh, wait a minute. We somehow we're now ready for home farm born dairy weather. These young people have the does, and these weathers were kidded at home. Home farm born weather. Home farm born dairy weather. Thank you.
Our lineup for home farm born dairy weather. Looking at this lineup, we kind of talked about them all in their individual classes, but I'm going to use that reserve grand that we had, just a weather that we just really like, the overall length of body. He's showing us the natural muscling throughout, so he's going to be your champion today. And then for reserve, we're going to fall back to this heavier weight weather in front of him. Another one that I really like, the overall mass, substance, and bone that he's showing us.
Congratulations to Savannah Brown, your champion. And congratulations to Colby Brown, your reserve champion. Should now be ready for Own Herd Dairy Weather. Own Herd Dairy Weather. Okay, we're ready to move on to class 36. Class 36, Pygmy Doe. Class 36, Pygmy Does. Class 36, Pygmy Junior Doe. Pygmy Junior Doe. We have one entry in the class being shown by Hudson Brown. One entry in the class.
A single entry in our junior pygmy doe division, and definitely a doe that could have stood up against some more competition today. Really like the strength of top line, like the general appearance, the strength on the feet and legs, the depth of body that she's showing us for her age and stage of development. A nice doe that we will bring back out to choose our grand champion pygmy here in a few.
Congratulations. Your class winner and also your champion junior pygmy doe goes to Hudson Brown. Now ready for class 37. Class 37, Marquita Thompson. One entry in the class, and your class will be complete.
Another really nice pygmy doe, a senior doe that definitely could have stood up against some more competition today. Really structurally sound, really super correct in those feet and legs, really wide base throughout when you get your hands on her. Showing us that cobby look that we want to see in a pygmy doe, kind of short, compact, just a really nice, complete, balanced doe that we will see back out to choose grand champion pygmy.
Congratulations, your class winner and your champion senior pygmy doe, Marquita Thompson. We're now ready to come back in for champion pygmy doe. We'll now show for champion and reserve champion pygmy doe from class number 36. Our champion junior pygmy doe is Hudson Brown. And from class 37, our champion senior pygmy doe, Marquita Thompson.
For your grand champion pygmy doe, there's a doe that just hits me pretty hard when she comes out in the ring today. She's just really structurally sound, super correct on those feet and legs, has the head and expression that we want to see on a pygmy goat, has that breed character, that cobby, compact look, still being super wide throughout, but having that maternal female look that we want to see as well. That's our senior doe. She's going to be your grand champion today, and then our junior doe will be reserved.
Congratulations, your champion Pygmy Doe goes to Marquita Thompson, and your reserve champion Pygmy Doe goes to Hudson Brown. So we didn't have enough interest in adult showmanship, so we scratched that. So immediately after showmanship, all of you dairy champions and reserve champions, we will do pictures immediately after senior showmanship. I'm now ready for Pygmy Weathers. Pygmy Weathers, class number 38. Have one entry in the class being shown by Hudson Brown. One entry in the class shown by Hudson Brown.
We have one entry in our Pygmy junior weather division. Definitely a weather that could have stood up against some more competition today. Really like the overall width the body he's showing us. He's got a lot of muscling across the top for his age and this stage in development. A nice weather that will bring back out to choose Grand Champion Pygmy weather.
Congratulations, your class winner and your champion, Junior Pygmy Doe, Hudson Brown. Now ready for class 39. Class 39, we have two entries in the class. Entries are both being shown by Marquita Thompson. Because it's a single class of senior Pygmy weather does, Pygmy weathers, excuse me. It's a single class, so first will be your champion senior Pygmy weather, and second will be your reserve.
I'm going to leave this class of Pygmy weathers the way they came in the ring today, starting off with the white weather. Just has the advantage in width the body. He's extremely wide in that chest floor, has the natural muscling that we're looking for up into that neck, into that brisket, wide across the top, lots of width between the hocks when you view him from on the rear. Not to take anything away from the Goody weather that comes in next. He definitely has that Pygmy head and breed characteristics. He's wide in his own right. Our white weather ahead, it was just really extreme in his overall width of body, and that's kind of the small difference between the two. So white one will be our champion and the Goody will be reserve.
Congratulations, your class winner, your champion senior Pygmy weather goes to Marquita Thompson. Second to class and reserve champion senior Pygmy weather, Marquita Thompson. We're now ready to show for champion and reserve champion Pygmy weather. From class 38, our champion junior Pygmy weather is Hudson Brown. From class 39, our champion senior Pygmy weather, Marquita Thompson. And also in second, and your reserve champion senior Pygmy weather from class 39, Marquita Thompson. Showing for champion and reserve champion Pygmy weather.
Star lineup for our grand and reserve grand champion Pygmy Weather. Out here today, we just have two weathers that just really rise to the top in terms of overall width, power, mass, substance, and bone. They're the older animals in the lineup, and while they are older, we still see a lot of natural muscling throughout across the top of the loin, back into that hip and rear leg, and that is going to be our two senior weathers. They'll be our champion and then reserve.
Congratulations, your champion Pygmy Weather 2026, Marquita Thompson. And your reserve champion Pygmy Weather also goes to Marquita Thompson. We are now ready to start Dairy Goat Showmanship, our first year Dairy Goat Showmanship. First year Dairy Goat Showmanship, class 41. First year showmanship entails kids anywhere from third through their senior year. It's just their first year of ever showing in goats. Should have 6 entries in the class. Should have 6 entries in the class. While I would have a second here, I would like to thank our 2026 sponsors, Hollers Welding, Little Flock Landscaping, Naylor Trucking, Hollers Show Goats, Redden Brothers, Emily and Ike, MCM Bloom LLC, Ike Redden Retail Realtor, Century 21 Sheets.
Okay, let's give a round of applause to these junior showmen. They all did a really great job out here today. So in junior showmanship, I'm looking for some of the basics, keeping that eye contact with me as you come in the ring. Every time you stop, working really hard to get that animal set up as quickly as you can and as precisely as you can. I asked these guys some basic information about their goat, if they knew what breed they had, the age, asked everybody a body part, and for the most part, they all did really great on that. I had them bring their animal to me, turn around, and go back to their spot and ring, and some of us did better on that than others, but there's definitely still room to practice since we're still in the junior division. So just make sure you're working on those maneuvers and those turns with those animals so you can make those as smooth as possible. For your champion today, I think there's 2 exhibitors in this class that really rose to the top and just kind of caught my eye when they came in the ring initially. They had that eye contact with me the entire class. They were super aware of where I was in the ring at all times. They got their animal set up the quickest and the fastest every time we stopped. I think one exhibitor did that a little bit more accurately and a little bit quicker while still keeping that eye contact with me, and that's just a little thing that's going to separate them for me today. The young lady right here with the Alpine type doe is going to be your champion, and the young man at the very front of the line is going to be your reserve.
Congratulations, your champion, first year dairy showman, Ava Reinert, and your reserve champion, first year dairy showman, Wesley Fansler. Should now be ready for junior dairy goat showmanship. Junior dairy goat showmanship, grades 3 through 5. I should have 4 entries in the class, being shown by Ruby Macarat Tapp, Alexandria Hall, Wesley Fansler, and Adeline Franklin. And Ava Reinert. And I am missing one name.
Do you have Ava and Jameson?
No, I don't. And Jameson Roeder. Six entries in the class. For those of you that have not heard, because of the heat, they have decided the beef show this evening will not start at 4. It has been moved back to 6 o'clock, so hopefully it can cool down just a little bit. So the beef show this evening will not start until 6 o'clock. Once again, would like to tell everyone that we have Thistle Hill Photo Company down here to my right. And this family's been here and taking pictures all week long in every livestock show that we've had thus far, and will continue to be here through the rest of the week. They take all these pictures, and you are welcome to go online and download those pictures for free. You can find those pictures on their Facebook page and on the Monroe County 4-H Facebook page. Thank you, ladies, for all the pictures you've taken. We appreciate you greatly. Also, out here in the front corner of the show arena, we have Mr. Ryan Holmes. He has been here and streamed every livestock show, and that is also able to be found at Monroe County 4-H Purdue Extension and on YouTube at Monroe County 4-H Youth Development. Thank you, Ryan. He does this all week, and I'm sure on YouTube you can go back and look at past shows. If there's a show happening you cannot make it, you can watch it from home.
Let's give these junior showmen a round of applause. They did an excellent job out here as well. So kind of the same things that I talked about in that first year showmanship class, somebody that keeps their eye contact with the judge as we go through the ring, very aware of where I am and keeping that animal in between the two of us, working hard to get that animal set up as precisely and as quickly as we can every time that we stop. And in this class, I think there's 3 exhibitors that kind of rose to the top in terms of eye contact and being aware of where their animal was and aware of the feet placement of that animal and where they needed to be. I had them in pairs bring the animal to me, turn around and go back to their place in line, and I'm looking for somebody that's able to do that butterfly maneuver correctly. And again, we're still in the junior divisions. I think we definitely have some work to improve, but there were some exhibitors that kind of did that more correctly and kept the animal between the two of us as they did that maneuver more smoothly than others. And then I asked them all some body parts and some basic information about their animal, and I think that's where they kind of started to sort themselves out for me today. There's an exhibitor out here that was able to tell me that body part, had that eye contact throughout the class, moved really smoothly without their animal or with their animal throughout the ring, and was very aware of their animal's feet placement while still keeping that eye contact with me and getting that animal set up quickly. And that again is going to be this young lady with the Alpine. She's going to be your champion junior showman in this class. And then for reserve, we're going to go to the young man right behind her with the Toggenburg.
Congratulations, your champion junior showman goes to Ava Reinert, and your reserve champion junior dairy showman goes to Jamison Roeder. Now ready for Class 43. Class 43, Intermediate Dairy Goat Showman, grades 6 through 8. Class 43. I should have 5 entries in the class. Been shown by Bristol Condor, Joanna Curl, Joanna Fansler, Kendall Rushing, and Savannah Brown. Five entries in the class, intermediate showmanship. I do want to once again thank part of our Queen's Court. I have our first runner-up, Miss Sarah Carnegie. And our second runner-up, Miss Josie Jones.
Senior showmanship.
I'm calling, they're not here. I'm calling.
Let's give our intermediate showman a round of applause. So in intermediate showmanship, again, looking for the things I talked about in junior in that first year class. So the basics, the eye contact, moving smoothly with your animal, getting that animal set up quickly and precisely. But in our older divisions, we start to get a little bit more critical about how they move that animal, those maneuvers that they're doing with that animal, that they're doing those correctly. We're looking at grooming. Grooming is a big part on that dairy goat showmanship scorecard. So making sure we're clipping tightly and getting all of those loose hairs in the animal, and we're bringing out a really clean, well-presented animal. Then I also asked this group what they liked about their animal and something they'd change, if they could change something about their animal. And I think that's really where my first and second place kind of shown their differences for me today. Our champion in this class used that terminology that I like to see about their animal. They understand the scorecard. They know the parts of that scorecard, and were able to relay that to me on what they liked about their animal and what they changed. Our reserve champion gave me some really good answers as well. Both the champion and reserve have really clean, nicely trimmed, well-presented animals out here today, and they have the eye contact. They can do those maneuvers. It's just that small questioning and that terminology that's going to set them apart for me today. Your champion is going to be this young lady at the end of the line with the Alpine, and then reserve is going to be the young lady in the center of the ring with the Nubia Weather.
Congratulations, your intermediate champion showman, Savannah Brown. And your reserve champion goes to Joanna Fansler. We are now ready for Class 44, Senior Showmanship, Senior Dairy Goat Showmanship, grades 9 through 12. Should have 7 entries in the class, being shown by Cynthia Franklin, Anna Benson, Garrett Hart, Eliza Tregesser, Madison Maxwell, Evelyn Moore, and Leah Butcher. 7 entries in the class, and your class is complete. Immediately following senior showmanship, we will be taking pictures here in front of the announcer stand for champions and reserve champions immediately following senior showmanship. So if you're going to need pictures, you might want to be getting your kids and your animals ready. Immediately after all the pictures, immediately after all the dairy pictures, we will go straight into our meat goat show. Immediately following pictures, we will go straight into our meat goat show. That will be commercial does first.
Okay, let's give our senior showman a round of applause. We have a really nice competitive group out here today. I think this is my last duty out here for Dairy Go Judge, so I want to thank you guys for having me out to Monroe County. I've enjoyed working with your 4-Hers. You guys have had a really nice quality show. Thank you to the staff for keeping things moving and keeping you guys in line. I really appreciate that when we've got good ring help, so thank you again for having me. And 4-Hers, make sure that you thank your parents, siblings, anybody that helps you get ready for today, because I know it is a lot of work to get your animals ready and get your projects here to the fairgrounds and get ready for show day. So make sure you thank those people in your life that helped you get ready for today. For your senior showmanship champion in reserve today, I think there's 2 exhibitors in this class that kind of came to the top for me. I pulled them both out to do that final maneuver, so I think you're probably pretty aware of who I was looking at. There are 2 exhibitors that had the eye contact with me throughout the class. Every time we stopped, they were one of the first to get their animals set up, and they got their animals set up the most accurately. They were really precise in the feet placement, which is something that I get really particular with in senior showmanship. Their animal was groomed properly for today, clipped tightly. I asked them all what they liked about the other animal that they swapped with, so another exhibitor's animal, and what they changed. And these 2 really gave me the terminology that I was looking for in a senior division, and knowing the anatomy of those animals and that structural terminology of what they like and don't like about their projects. I think the difference for me today is there's one individual that just is a little bit quicker on that feet placement, a little bit more aware of where I am in the ring at all times, keeps that eye contact with me, is always straight in line. Both of these guys did their maneuvers very smoothly, and I really appreciate that, but it's just those little things like feet placement, quickness, and to get that animal set up, and that's going to be the young lady in the center of the ring with the Nigerian, and she's going to be your champion today. Then we're going to go back to this young lady with the Nubian for reserve.
Congratulations, your champion senior dairy showman, Eliza Tregesser. And your reserve champion senior dairy showman, Evelyn Moore. If you are wanting pictures, champions, and reserve champions in the dairy show, you need to come down here in front of the announcer stand and get your pictures with the judge. Once again, Hannah Knight, thank you very much for your time today. Let's put our hands together for Hannah one more time. She moved really through well for us. We do plan on starting our meat goat show at 11:30. We will start the class with commercial does. So I need classes 45 and 46 to be in the makeup arena by 11:30, please. Goat Show for 2026. We are now ready for Class 45. Class 45 should have 2 entries in the class. 2 entries in the class. Commercial does 3 months to under 6 months of age. Those entries are being showed by Johanna Gaboy and Ziva Nagel. Noggle, I apologize. 2 entries in the class, and the class is complete.
All right. Well, it's good to be out here in Bloomington today to sort the goats. And like I told Hannah Knight when she got done, I was like, I'm judging at the hottest part of the day. I'm not a long-winded person as it is. I kind of know the type and kind of goats that I like. So I'm going to try to move through these as efficiently as possible to reduce heat stress on the kids and the animals. We get out here and talk the first class. The Dapple Doe surfaces pretty handily. I think that one's built really, really well. She's got enough shape, mass, and she's still built correct in terms of her hip and hind leg. That's a great place to start. Red Doe coming in second. A little greener version of that one, still built really well up through her front end. I think that one just needs a bit more time on feed to compete with the one ahead of her. Give these girls a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, your class winner, Ziva Nagel, and second in class, Johanna Gaboy. We're now ready for commercial does 6 months old to under 9 months of age. We have 1 entry in the class being shown by Johanna Gaboy. Immediately following this class, we will be showing for champion and reserve champion commercial junior doe.
Well, the young lady brings us out another impeccably built goat. I think her front end, shoulder, shortness of blade, and extension up front really sets her apart from the rest. It'll be good to see this one back out in the drive. Give this young lady a round of applause.
Congratulations. Your class winner goes to Johanna Gaboy. We are now ready to show for champion and reserve champion commercial junior doe. From class 45, we have Ziva Nagel. Standing behind Ziva, we will have Johanna Gaboy. And from that commercial doe class 6 months old to under 9 months, we have an entry by Johanna Gaboy. Showing for champion and reserve champion commercial junior doe. Thank you.
Well, we bring these does back out for the division drive, and I think there's one that sets herself apart in terms of shape, mass, and dimension. And then I think the one that follows her is maybe a little bit better built through her front end, maybe a little bit longer about her spine, and maybe more flat and shapely about the way that her hind leg sets into her. But I'll go out, shake the hands of your champion and reserve. Please give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, your champion commercial junior doe goes to Ziva Nuggle. And your reserve champion commercial junior doe, Johanna Gaboy. Now ready for commercial doe 16 months old to under 20 months of age. Should have 4 entries in the class. This is class 46, 4 entries in the class. Entries being shown by Isabel Abram, Landon Lou Allen, Caroline Freeman, and Landon Lou Allen. Should have 4 entries in the class.
Well, class of mature does comes out, and that doe is not wanting to cooperate with the young man at all. But once he gets her stopped, set up, gets her head up, that one's 3-dimensional no matter from where you look at her. She's good about her breed character, still correct on the move. I think the dapple that comes in second, maybe a little bit more up-headed, maybe a little bit shorter about her blade. I don't think that one's quite as big in terms of her feet and legs. I don't know if she's quite as square in her hocks as she goes right away, but still a nice doe in second. The paint in third is one that I think is 3-dimensional, has that upper rib shape. I don't know that she's correct about her front end assembly. I don't know if she's quite as correct right at the ground, but still long, extended, and good looking from the side. The black doe that rounds out the class, I think one that's just a little bit greener in terms of her type and kind, needs a little bit more time on feed. Give the class a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, your class winner goes to Landon Llewellyn. Second in the class, Landon Llewellyn. Third in the class, Isabel Abram. And fourth, Caroline Freeman. Now ready to show for champion commercial senior doe. Now that would be chosen, I'm sorry, Landon Llewellyn would be your champion commercial senior doe, and Landon was second would also be your reserve champion commercial senior doe. We are now ready to show for champion commercial doe. So from our champion commercial junior doe, we have Ziva Nagel. And reserve champion commercial junior doe, we have Johanna Gaboy. And from our champion commercial senior doe, we have Landon Llewellyn. And reserve champion also Landon Llewellyn, showing for champion commercial doe.
Well, we bring the commercials back out for the grand drive, and I think there's two that set themselves apart in terms of shape, dimension, length of body, and then still extension and being sound on the go. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve. Please give these kids a round of applause.
Congratulations, your champion commercial doe goes to Landon Llewellyn. And your reserve champion commercial junior doe goes to Ziva Nagel. Now ready to start our percentage doe 6 months and to under 9 months of age. We have only one entry in the class. That entry is being shown by Ellie Fleener. Ellie Fleener.
Well, the young lady brings us out a nice red doe to start off the percentage show. I think that one's long spined. She's good looking and leveled from the side. Breed character wise, I questioned her head, ears, and nose. But past that, I think that's a good place to start, a good single entry. Please give her a round of applause.
Congratulations on your class winner goes to Ellie Fleener. So since there was only one class of the junior percentage does, she will also be your champion percentage junior doe. Now ready for class number 48, class 48. Percentage does, 12 months to under 16 months of age. One entry in the class being shown by Cruz Redden.
In class 49, did you get Leah Stengel? Yes. You guys
I did not know.
Well, another single entry out here, and I do have to say, I can tell the young man has worked hard with this one at home. She comes out here, trots like a show pony. She knows her job. She gets set, cranks that head up. In terms of flexibility, I think this is my favorite one I've seen all day. She's good and cushioned about her joints. She's square in terms of her build, and then still correct in terms of the way that she uses her hip and hind leg. Please give him a round of applause for an awesome goat.
Congratulations on class winner goes to Cruz Redden. Since there was only one class of the percentage junior yearling does, he will also be your champion percentage yearling doe, Cruz Redden. Should now be ready for class number 49, class 49. Okay. I'm back. Class 49, we have two entries. We have Isabel Abram and Leah Stengel.
Well, nice red doe to start the class. Not only is she fitted and present to the nines, but I think she comes out here and does the best in terms of balance, proportion, and look from the side. I think that's a good place to start. Paint doe coming in second. I think she's a little bit greener in terms of her type and kind. I think she's a little bit shorter about her blade and neck up front, and then tapers a little bit to the lower portion of her skeleton. But in terms of length of body and then height of skeleton, I think that one does a really good job. Please give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, your class winner goes to Leah Stengel. And second in class, Isabel Abram. Now ready for class number 50, class 50. Percentage does 20 months old to under 24 months of age. One entry in the class being shown by Ava Reinert. One entry in the class.
Well, I think a big broody single entry in this one. She's maternal, productive in her look, really, really good about her head, neck, and then hind leg assembly. I question her condition just a little bit, but she is a maternal production-oriented female. Please give the young lady a round of applause.
Congratulations, your class winner goes to Ava Reinert. Now ready for class number 51, class 51. Percentage does 24 months old to under 36 months old. Should have two entries in the class. One entry being shown by Ava Reinert and another entry being shown by Hallie Crouch. Because there is only one class of percentage senior does, they will also be your champion and reserve champion senior percentage does.
Well, the young lady brings us out another nice doe in the following class, and I think the white doe puts together the most positives in a complete, more moderate type of package. She's big-legged, stout-featured, good about her head and neck. I think that's a good place to start. Young lady that comes in second with the dapple goat. Yes, I will grant that that one is further along in terms of her growth pattern, but I think she's a little bit frailer right at the base of her skeleton. And then when you get your hands on her, she just needs a little bit more flesh to compete with the one ahead of her today. Please give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, your class winner, your champion percentage senior doe goes to Ava Reinert. Second in the class, and your reserve champion percentage senior doe goes to Hallie Crouch. We are now ready to come back and show for champion and reserve champion percentage doe. Your champion percentage junior doe, we have Ellie Fleener. Your champion percentage yearling doe, we have Cruz Redden. My apologies, I'm still on the seniors. Where's the other class? So for senior, we are looking to show for champion percentage senior doe. From class 49, we have Leah Stengel. Standing behind her in second, we have Isabel Abram. From class 50, we have Ava Reinert. From class 51, we have Ava Reinert. And second behind Ava, we have Hallie Crouch. Once again, my apology because we are just showing for champion percentage senior doe.
Well, we get out here for the champion senior drive, and I think there's 3 out here that are in contention. There's some differences in terms of type and kind, which I talked in their classes, but kind of what I see out here is differences in mass and frame size. They're going to set the ones apart. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve. Please give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, Leah Stengel, your champion percentage senior doe. And congratulations, your reserve champion, Ava Reinert. We are now ready to show for champion percentage doe and reserve champion percentage doe. Our champion percentage junior doe, Ellie Fleener. Our champion percentage yearling doe, Cruz Redden. And our champion percentage senior doe, Leah Stengel. And reserve champion percentage senior doe, Ava Reinert. Showing for champion and reserve champion percentage doe.
Well, we bring these out for the grand drive, and I think there's two that set themselves apart on a bigger stage. But there's one out here. I called her a show pony in class. She is just that in terms of her look and build. And then I think there's one that's a little bit more moderate. She's a little bit different in terms of her type and kind, but still a high quality individual in reserve. I'll go out and shake the hands of your champion in reserve. Please give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, your champion percentage doe goes to Cruz Redden. And your reserve champion percentage doe goes to Leah Stengel. Now ready for class number 52, class 52. Full-blood does, 12 months old to under 16 months of age. I should have 3 entries in the class. Those entries are being shown by Cruz Redden, an entry by McKenna Hardy, and a second entry being shown by McKenna Hardy. Full-blood does, 12 months old to under 16 months. Because there is only one class of this age of does, the winner will be your champion full-blood yearling, and second will be your reserve champion full-blood yearling.
Well, Feisty Goat to start the full bloods. She is not wanting to cooperate, but I think when she does and she gets stopped and set, that is a square, muscular, well-built goat with that upper shape and then spread up high, still functional on the move when she's wanting to cooperate. The does in 2 and 3 are very similar in terms of their type and kind. I think the one in second is a little bit square in terms of her build and shape up high. I think the one in third is more extended up front. You could pick your poison with those, but give these young ladies a round of applause.
Congratulations. Your class winner and your champion full-blood yearling doe goes to Cruz Redden. Second class and your reserve champion full-blood yearling doe, McKenna Hardy. And third in the class to McKenna Hardy. We are now ready for full-blood does, 24 months old to under 36 months of age. I should have 2 entries in the class. It is class 53. I have Hallie Crouch and Johanna Gaboy. Because there's only one class of full-blood senior does, the winner will be your champion full-blood senior, and reserve champion will be your second-placed animal. I have no clue what they're doing. Ready for class 53. I'm sorry, class 52. Class 52. No, 53. Class 53, we have 2 entries in the class. Full-blood does, 24 months old, under 36 months of age. Entries are being shown by Hallie Crouch and Johanna Gaboy. Because there is only one class of full-blood senior does, your winner will be your champion full-blood senior, and second will be your reserve champion full-blood senior.
Well, another nice goat to round out the senior does. I think that one is tall about her skeleton, extended in terms of her spine, and then still correct on the move. I think the black-headed doe in second is one that's a little frailer in terms of her feature. I think she just needs a little bit more time on feed, but still one that's long, extended, and good-looking from the side. Please give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, your class winner and champion full-blood senior doe is Johanna Gaboy. Second to class and reserve champion full-blood senior doe, Hallie Crouch. Now entering the arena to show for champion and reserve champion full-blood doe. Our champion full-blood yearling doe, Cruz Redden. Standing behind Cruz with reserve champion full-blood yearling doe, McKenna Hardy. Champion full-blood senior doe, Johanna Gaboy. Reserve champion full-blood senior doe, Hallie Crouch.
We bring these back out for the champion full-blood drive, and I think there's 2 that set themselves apart in terms of what I'm looking for in the boar goat breed. There's one that's a little bit better in terms of her build, look, and then breed character, and one that follows might be a bit more extended up front, longer about her body, but that's getting really critical on an awfully good one. Please give the kids a round of applause. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
Congratulations, your champion full-blood doe is Cruz Redden. And reserve champion full-blood doe, Johanna Gaboy. I've been told we are now going to step down to the overall grand champion all Bordeaux and overall reserve grand champion all Bordeaux. Showing for overall grand champion all Bordeaux. From commercial though, our champion Landon Llewellyn. Reserve champion Ziva Noggle. Percentage doe champion Cruz Redden. Reserve champion percentage doe Leah Stangl. Champion full blood doe Cruz Redden. And reserve champion full blood doe Johanna Gaboy.
Well, we bring all the females back out for the Supreme Drive, and I think there's two that are cut from the same mold essentially out here. I think in terms of their look and build, there's one that I like just a little bit more, personal preference, and then the reserve is similar in terms of type and kind. Please give the kids a round of applause. What an awesome set of females out here.
Congratulations. Your overall grand champion all Bordeaux goes to Cruz Redden. And your overall reserve grand champion all Bordeaux, Cruz Redden. Let's put our hands together for all these young exhibitors. Now entering the arena, we should have Class 54, home farm born boar goat. Home farm born boar. Home farm born. It looks like we have only one entry.
Well, there's only one entry in the home farm born. You guys have heard me already talk about this doe. I think she's good in terms of her type and kind. I think you should be very proud to have raised a doe like this. Please give her a round of applause. What an awesome pair.
Congratulations, your champion home farm born Bordeaux goes to Johanna Gaboy. We're now ready for class number 55. Class 55, own herd Bordeaux. Own herd born doe.
this is going to be
Class 56 is what we're waiting on. Class 56.
this is your market.
We now have class 56. Class 56, we have 3 entries in the class. This is our market does. We have Jack Welch, Leah Stangl, and Jake Naylor. 3 entries in the class, weights ranging from 53 to 64 pounds.
Well, we bring the market does out here, and man, that I guess she's grand champion. That class winner is really, really good. That's the kind that I like. She has big muscles, big feet. I like that one quite a bit, especially when she gets out and moves. The doe coming in second, she is a show pony. She's just a little bit further behind in terms of her muscularity and maturity pattern when compared to the one ahead of her. But I think that one is flexible, good looking, and still big legged. The paint to round out the class, one that's a little bit frailer about her touch and tone up high, a little bit smaller legged, but still good about her front end assembly, square in terms of her hip, and then still good right at the ground in terms of her toes pointing north and south. Please give them a round of applause for an awesome set of does.
Congratulations, your class winner of class 56 goes to Leah Stangl. Second in the class, Jake Naylor. And third in the class to Jack Welch. Congratulations, your grand champion market doe goes to Leah Stangl. And reserve grand champion market doe goes to Jake Naylor. Let's put our hands together for those young people. So, where we at now?
We're doing the myotonic.
We are now ready for our single myotonic. Single myotonic.
Well, the single myotonic, we'll see him out for the champion weather drive, but I think one that's square in terms of his front end assembly, still muscular, big about his cage up high. I'm excited to see this one back out for the drive. Give him a round of applause.
They're walking into the ring right now.
Rose Chandler.
Just stay here, and then you'll come back out here. Do you have another one, or is that? You're good now. You just hang tight.
Should now be ready for class 59. Class 59. Should be 4 entries in the class. Our 4 entries in class 59 include Jake Naylor, Rose Chandler, Stephen Lawson, and Gavin Lawson. Class 59. Somebody. Huh?
Medium weight marker.
Class 59 entries are Jake Naylor, Rose Chandler, Stephen Lawson, and another entry by Stephen Lawson. 4 entries in the class ranging from 57 to 61 pounds.
Well, first class aboard Weathers, and I think the class winner combines the most positives in terms of shape, dimension, and then look and balance from the side. I think that's a good place to start. The paint weather in second, one that is a little frailer right at the base of the ground, but still has the added shape and mass up high. I just think I need to open him up in terms of his upper cage to allow some more shape up high, but still nice one in second. Black-headed goat in third is one that's long in terms of his body, extended up front, just needs a little bit more time on feed to compete with the ones ahead of him. Dapple Goat rounding out the class is one that seems to be frailer and tapers to the lower portion of his skeleton. Doesn't quite balance upright from the side, but still one that's long in terms of his body, deep or good in terms of his flank, and good in terms of his hip and hind leg assembly. Please give him a round of applause.
Congratulations, your class winner and your champion lightweight market weather goes to Jake Naylor. Second to class and your reserve champion lightweight market weather goes to Stephen Lawson. Third in the class, Gavin Lawson. And fourth in the class, Rose Chandler. Now ready to enter the arena with class number 60. Class 60 should have 6 entries in the class, ranging from 63 to 69 pounds. Entries are Axel Gaboy, Oliver Gaboy, Evelyn Deck, Johanna Gaboy, Ben Welch, and Rose Chandler. Six entries in a class, and your class is complete. Because there is only one class of medium weight market weathers, this will also, the winner, class winner will be your champion medium weight market weather, and second will be your reserve champion medium weight market weather. I'm good, I got one. What's your name?
That's what I was getting ready to say.
And then the myotonic, but that's just myotonic with the grand overall weapon. Grand overall. So he would go champion of market. He would go in the overall.
We don't have an overall market. Overall market market.
So it's all one of the cities. The overall champion market.
Okay, so for Home Farm 1, we're doing Home Farm 1 market goes and Home Farm 1 weathers combined together. Yeah, right.
Well, the medium weight weathers come out, and I think there's one that is lights out in terms of muscularity, shape, and dimension. I'll be really excited to see that one back out in the drive. He's built really, really well, and she does an awesome job getting him shown. The paint weather coming in second, one that reads to be a little bit squarer at the base of his skeleton, but frailer in terms of his feet and legs. And then reads to be just a notch planer over the top side of his skeleton. Still a nice goat in second. Goat coming in third is bigger and square about the turn to his upper cage and then about his forerib. But that one's plainer in terms of his front end assembly. Reads to be steeper out of the lower portion of his hip. The weather coming in next is one that reads to be good and square and level from the side. I just question his longevity and then squareness of front end to move him up any higher today. And then the last two that round out the class are ones that just need a little bit more time on feed to mature and hit their stride like the ones ahead of them. Please give this class a great round of applause.
Congratulations, your class winner and champion medium weight market weather goes to Evelyn Deck. Second, and your reserve champion medium weight market weather goes to Oliver Gaboy. Third in the class, Ben Welch. Fourth, Johanna Gaboy. Fifth, Axel Gaboy. And sixth to Rose Chandler. Now ready for class number 61. Class 61. This is our class of heavyweight market weathers. I've got 4 entries in the class, ranging from 74 to 107 pounds. The entrants are Leah Stengel, Caroline Freeman, Grady Noggle, and Evelyn Deck. 4 entries in the class, ranging from 74 to 107 pounds.
Well, the young lady brings us out another good one, and I think this one is good in terms of his type and kind and muscularity. He's square and level out of his hip and still good about his shape and mass up high. The weather coming in second, clearly the biggest framed weather we've seen all day. He's got a big set of feet and legs, and he's long-bodied and extended up front. I just read him to be a little bit plainer in terms of his touch and texture up high. That's why he stays in second. The red goat coming in third is long, extended, and good looking, especially when he walks around the ring. But I think that one needs to be thinner about his hide and then just a little bit trimmer in terms of his condition today, but still a nice goat in third. The young lady's in four to round out the class is one that just needs a little bit more time on feed to mass up like the ones ahead of him today. But please give him a round of applause.
Congratulations, your class winner. Your class winner and champion heavyweight market weather goes to Leah Stengel. Second in the class and reserve champion heavyweight market weather, Evelyn Deck. Third in the class, Grady Noggle. And fourth in the class, Caroline Freeman. We should now be ready to show for overall champion market weather. From our lightweight champion, we had Jake Naylor. Standing in reserve behind Jake with a lightweight, we have Stephen Lawson. Medium weight champion Market Weather, Evelyn Deck. Standing reserve to Evelyn, we in medium weights, we have Oliver Gaboy. And our heavyweight champion goes to Leah Stangl. And second, standing in reserve, we have Evelyn Deck. Showing for overall champion Market Weather.
Well, I'm not shy about the ones I like out here. There's two that stick out, night and day difference. I think there's one that's more moderate in terms of his type and kind, but still handles big and square up high. And then I think there's one that might be a little bit better looking from the side. Doesn't quite handle as big in terms of his loin edge, but one that's still big-legged and good-looking from the side. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve. Please give him a round of applause.
Congratulations, your grand champion 2026 goes to Evelyn Deck. And your reserve grand champion 2026 goes to Leah Stangl.
Home farm born market does and home farm born market weathers.
Any home farm market does and any home farm born market weathers, we need you in the makeup arena, please. We're going to show you all together. We're now entering with our home farm born.
Well, the homeborn come out here, and the paint goat is one that I liked in the last class. Good in terms of his build, balance, and muscle. And then I think the red goat just needs to be a little bit plainer in terms of his muscle and shape up high. But still, give those kids a round of applause for raising two awesome wethers.
Congratulations, your champion goes to Oliver Gaboy and reserve champion to Axel Gaboy. Let's put our hands together for those boys. They've worked hard this year. I'm now ready for Class 64. Class 64, first year showman. Should have 3 entries in the class. First year goat showman. Our 3 entries are Rose Chandler, Evelyn Deck, and Isabel Abram. Class 65.
Showman, I said it in class and I'll say it again. Young lady does an awesome job getting this one stuck. Gets his head up and out of his shoulder and then gets a really good drive and brace on him. I think she does an awesome job. Next one coming in second does a good job getting that one's head and neck up out of its body. I think sometimes forgets to set back legs a little bit and then doesn't quite set the goat as wide enough, but still an awesome job getting her goat set up. Third place showman is one that might not get that one's head up quite as much as need be. My advice is to flip that chain around, put it all the way up to the base of that goat's jaw, and then pull its head up just as much as you can. But an awesome job. Give these kids a round of applause for a great first year showman project.
Congratulations, your champion. First year showman, Evelyn Deck. Reserve champion to Rose Chandler. And third in the class, Isabel Abram. Now entering the arena, we have Class 65. Class 65 should have 9 entries in the class. 9 entries in the class. Our entries are Jamison Roeder, Leah Stengel, Ava Reinert, Evelyn Deck, Gavin Lawson, Cruz Redden, Oliver Gaboy, Isabel Abram, and Caroline Freeman. Should have 9 entries in the class. Well, I've got just a second too. I would like to welcome and thank our judge this afternoon, Miss Mackenzie McWhort. She's from Frankfort, Indiana, where she and her sister own Dream Team Showgates. Mackenzie is a graduate of Purdue University, where she obtained a bachelor's degree in animal science and a minor in agribusiness management. Full-time, Mackenzie raises boys and assists with goat projects across the country, competing at the local, state, and national level. Put our hands for Mackenzie. Thank you very much for your time today. You don't want to do showmanship? Huh?
Well, clearly there are some differences in showmanship type out here. We've got some with breeding does, we've got some with wethers. I'm just going to go out and select your champion and reserve. I think one of the biggest things that I look for in showmanship is if you have a breeding doe, your chain should be all the way up at the base of her jaw. So in that, you do not want to see any extra skin between the chain and the jaw. And then if you've got a wether, I think as an example, this young lady does a great job at keeping the nose down. So essentially, if you keep the nose down, it helps strengthen their spine and then help them relax and tense up at the same time in their loins. So if you crank this wether's nose up, it's going to weaken his spine. She does an awesome job doing that. I think attention to legs are a big thing. You'll probably never see me ask questions in showmanship. A little bit different than everyone else, but in my opinion, it's not a quiz bowl. I just want to see you show the goat. Another thing that I will look for is if I cross over from, say, show side to non-show side, and I'm looking at your goat's front end, and you obstruct that vision by walking across the chest of your goat, that's probably not the best. So just patience in doing that, if that makes sense. Aside from that, I think being fluid in your motions is another big one. But after that, now that I've kind of said some critiques, some people have adjusted their way of showing. So I'm going to look at them again, and then I'll come back and shake the hands of your champion in reserve. Please give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, your champion junior showmanship showman is Leah Stengel. And your reserve champion junior showman, Cruz Redden. We're now ready for class number 66. Class 66, our intermediate showman, grades 6 through 8, should have 3 entries in the class, and your class is complete.
I need all my senior showmen. Senior showmen. One senior.
Our next division of showmanship comes out here. I think these 3 showmen do an awesome job in terms of body movement, patience, and then an easy flow around the ring. There's obviously some differences in the type of goat that they have, build-wise, structure-wise. But I think a big thing, like I said, is keeping feet and legs set up, and then trying your best to get their head up. But yeah, I'm just gonna go out, shaking hands with your champion of reserve. I also have a small story time. I was in this exact show ring, I think maybe 7 years ago, and I had shown in the dough drive, an open show. I came back for showmanship. I was late to my class, in the actual show, but still used me to win. I had grand dough. I came back in for showmanship. I was late. Judge got on the microphone and said, you know what, you're the best showman I've seen all day. You're not going to win because you need to be timely and punctual when you show up to classes. I understand that it's county fair, but the classes have been posted. So just be mindful of that, show up to your classes and things like that all the time, and just be prepared. I'm going to go on and check the hits of your champion of reserve. Please give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, your champion intermediate showman goes to Ziva Hidalgo, and your reserve champion, McKenna Hardy. We're now ready for one more class, and it's our senior showman, class 67, senior showman. Should have 6 entries in our seniors, we have 2 entries in our seniors, 2 entries in senior showmanship. Immediately following this, we will be taking champion and reserve champion pictures here in front of the announcer stand. And then immediately we'll go into the 10-year group members, the senior members. So if I could get all 4-H Goat Club members to the show arena following this class of senior citizens.
That's what he said, right?
All right, so senior showmanship wise, I'll go outside to champion reserve here in a moment, but this will be the last time I get on the microphone. I just wanted to say, please give all of the kids that have been in this ring and will be in this ring in the coming days a big round of applause, because showing livestock is not easy. That's for sure. I think goats in particular, they're easy species, but they're also hard species. When they're eating, they're easy. When they're not eating, they're hard, right? So any goat member out here, I'm really proud of you for coming out into the ring and showing goats. Today. Everyone did an awesome job. I'm very pleased with how your county fair staff ran everything. I appreciate everything that everyone has done. But yeah, I'll go out and select your champion reserve. Please give these kids a round of applause.
Congratulations, your senior showing goes to Garrett. Greeting out.